Good Friday evening, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center giving the latest on some severe weather warnings as we're looking there off towards some of those Big Bend areas. You see right on the fringe of the risk, we do have a threat of some severe storms already happening, and that risk is expected here. You know, the actual storm action that is occurring is expected to kind of develop and move off toward the east here as we look ahead over the next few hours. So it could be pretty busy here as we're getting through about 8, 9 o'clock tonight, give or take. So we do have warnings here in play at the present time as we're looking there. One of those for areas of McCulloch County until about 5:30. Severe thunderstorm there west of Crawfordville is where the focus of it is. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail. That looks to be the story there. And you see it really, you know, not just west of Crawfordville, but really south of town there too, as we get the latest scan. That's kind of what we're tracking. You see around South Troppy and the like there. This is a storyline there where we're tracking Panacea Wakulla Airport, South Troppy, Sanborn, in this warning. So again, watching this, I'll see how we've been monitoring things. You see how it's technically kind of west of Crawfordville, west-southwest, but now the focal point's getting more off toward the south of town here with the latest scans here on the Doppler technology. So again, I'm just trying to give you the latest, and then as you look here, already getting some reports about 3/4 of an inch in diameter hail around Madison and Madison County, Florida, but the city of Madison is what I'm talking about specifically there. This is a warning in Plato about 5:45. Severe thunderstorms along the line there, extending at the point the warning was issued anyway from near Madison to 15 miles south of Monticello, moving southeast at 15 miles an hour. So, and some of this action moving a little bit faster, slower than other areas of it here as we're monitoring things. This storm might get a warning pretty soon north of Lake City. And then we have a storm in Jacksonville that's been producing some hail. It's not severe. And then another storm that has that threat here in play that has that history as well. So definitely a nasty set of circumstances here in terms of that evening commute. Just got reported some hail in the Mayport area now. So there's not a warning in play for this yet. But we do have a hail-producing storm around there. Just had some hail reports come in there out of the Fort Caroline area, also Jacksonville and Athens airports. Even though we're not getting a warning, we're getting some small hail even out of a, below severe limits type of storm. So I think it's going to be very busy here over the next multiple hours as we get to 8, 9 o'clock, where we're just going to have a slew of hail-producing storms, with some of these being warned here for potentially being an inch or greater with these stones in diameter. So, and that's what, really can cause damage when it gets to that level. I know there is a wind risk with these storms. That could happen here at points, gust to 60, but the hail risk, I think, is our bigger storyline here today. It's not always like that around here, so we need to be aware of that. The overall environment is more favorable for hail than anything here today. Tornado risk is very low, not completely zero, but it's very low. The wind risk is low, but it could happen. Unlike the tornado risk, which I'd be really surprised to see happen. The hail risk, though, is what is really up there. And whether it's severe in diameter and size in your area or not, this could be pretty impactful here. We don't get hail that often around here in North Florida, including Thorpe and Gainesville. We're going to have that threat here over the next few hours. So again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest. We're not always on for like hail warnings if it's like in the summer, and that's all there is. Technically, there's a wind risk, but I think we're going to have quite a few of these. This is kind of a, I don't want to say a hail outbreak yet. I mean, we kind of had that last February there in 2024. We may end up having that here later on in the hours to come. It's not out of the question, but we want to see it, don't want to see it happen. But before I call it that, I'd want to see that happen in terms of, using that type of nomenclature, that wording. So, again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here. Again, the yellow boxes are severe warnings for severe thunderstorms. We do have the hail risk here in play. That's where that green area is. That's where our hail risk is. That blue circle area where the Storm Prediction Center is most concerned here. They were sending out an update just a little while ago. They're saying that surface temperatures have risen into the upper 70s to near 80 this afternoon. I know we're at 78 here east of Stark right now, and the temperatures aloft continue to cool. You know, this is going to be something to be monitoring. A very steep lapse rate environment has developed with the 500 millibar temperature to negative 20 Celsius in the parts of the Florida Panhandle, northern Florida. And it's not something that's really easily understood maybe by most, but if you're into meteorology, I'm just kind of trying to get really specific based on reading off their statement here from the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma. They're saying a few thunderstorms have already formed along the surface trough here, and you know, that's an important storyline as we're tracking things, as we're monitoring things here. This is extended from the Florida Panhandle into the extreme southeastern Georgia communities, and there are some indications of small to non-severe hail, but we're already seeing some now get into that severe criteria as moisture, you know, toward parts of the area as moisture. And now that's a limiting factor, but with low dew points spreading southward. Even so, convective coverage may continue to increase over the next couple hours as lapse rates are maximized. And although there's a low precipitable water type of setup here, the deepened boundary layer along with the lower freezing levels and lengthy photographs will work together to produce mainly, they're saying, non-severe hail. Granted, if we're getting close, you're going to probably see the warnings, unless we're really just not seeing an inch. That's what's severe. We're seeing a bunch of half-inch, three-quarter-inch reports, but they're warning, you know, saying it could get to an inch. The Weather Service in Tallahassee and some of the algorithms on the Doppler were showing that here just a little while ago. And just got to be weather aware. Its boundary layer winds, they remain relatively weak. Therefore, any strong and potentially damaging gusts would likely be localized, but possibly aided by the cold hail late now. Plus, there's a lot about hail here today as we're tracking things. I know we just got an update on the color warnings. You know, we're talking about the different areas now. The severe thunderstorm, not, you know, technically Roy, but the locator, they were saying here west of Crawfordville, but now it'd be southwest of St. Mark's by about 10 miles, moving east at 55 miles an hour. So again, that's kind of the storyline here as we're tracking things, as we're monitoring things here in toward the Weather Center. We're just going to continue to track the very latest here, obviously, as we go minute by minute, hour by hour, and the like. I know we're talking about Shell Point, Meadowlark here, Wakulla Beach, Buckhorn, all with a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and quarter-size hail threat at 512. A severe thunderstorm is located 10 miles southwest of St. Mark, moving east at 55 miles an hour. I know, really, on this, it probably is, yeah, definitely is a southern component with this. More of a southeasterly movement, but and we're talking about some of these different communities being impacted here as we continue to watch things in toward the Weather Center. So just trying to keep you guys up to date here on exactly what's going on. We're trying to make sure you guys are, you know, up to date here on the very latest weather developments. So prepare immediately for large hail and deadly cloud-to-ground lightning. Seek such and such a well-built structure. Stay away from those windows, is what the Weather Service is telling us here with the overall developments. Again, we're going to have to be with you for a while, potentially, if these stay severe. If they go just under it, then we may just keep the radar running, something like that. But it's going to be close. We haven't had reports, I don't think, of technically severe. You know, years ago, the criteria was just for 3/4 of an inch, and that would get you a lot more warnings probably here, but they've changed it to an inch to kind of limit the warnings because there's just so many storms in summertime that you can get hail to 3/4 of an inch, for instance. So, you know, an inch is where you can start having damage. You're not really going to probably have much damage at 3/4 of an inch, 3/4 of an inch there as we're looking at the overall situation. But we're just going to have to continue to watch the different trends here on the Doppler perspective as we're looking at things. I know we're getting a bunch of advisories, you know, for storms just under severe. I know in subtropical now, in McCullough County. We're getting information here. We're getting information on in. Looks like the member of the public reporting, a member of the public reporting, dime to penny side hail actually covering the ground. That's kind of what I expect. You know, maybe a lot of this being just under severe limits, but actually could cover the ground, which is impactful. And may just get them to keep issuing warnings here because that's something, you know, we don't get very often. Hail to just cover the ground. You know, we may see that in multiple communities here over the next several hours. So, again, that's a storyline that's worth following for sure as we watch the latest developments here. So, again, just trying to keep you guys up to date on exactly what is going on here in toward the weather center. I know we got a question about Marion County from John there on YouTube. And let me go ahead and go into the forecast model to show you what could happen here. So we'll watch the progression, and it looks like it's ending up pretty good. So if Marion were to get severe weather, it'd probably be around 9, 10 o'clock. At that point, it may be starting to weaken some, but, you know, in this type of environment, definitely could get at least some hail close to severe limits. That's, you know, around 9 o'clock then on very southern areas there. As we wrap up that timeline I was given earlier on, you know, in that update last night, I said 4 to 9, and, you know, that's kind of what we're dealing with right now with the very latest developments. I know. Let's give you a look outside here, east of Stark, looking back toward the west. I know we have had the sun out here at, you know, most points here, I would say. Not always, but let's just give you the look here right now. You can definitely see some storminess, but also the sun there, but also some breezy conditions here in the overall storyline. So you can see some of those trees moving around there as we're tracking the overall situation. So again, I'm just trying to keep you up to date here on what we're dealing with on these very latest weather developments here. It's just so important to stay on top of things. As earlier on, I mean, I'll run the loop. I mean, we didn't have much on the radar, you know, not that long ago. I mean, it didn't always work like that around here. The model said it would, and guess what? It has. It developed a little bit further west, I would say, than what, you know, maybe the models had indicated. Just a tad bit further off toward the north and west. But you don't generally get development like that around here very often. It's not going to be something that just stays for hours and hours either. You know, as we're tracking things here, as we're monitoring, I know. Let me switch some different modes up. You know, it's going to be a situation here where, you know, it's going to fade as we get toward that sunset period, give or take. So that'll be a storyline that we're watching here for sure. You know, as we're dealing with the situation, we'll lose that energy here for the storms to work with, like they lost that energy further off toward the north and west last night. So, you know, it faded away there as we were tracking just northwest of our area. We had to warn and go away, but there were a bunch of reports of hail, especially like further up into North Georgia, all the way going back into like the heartland of America. So that's the storyline in of itself there with the overall scenario as we're dealing with it here. So again, I'm just trying to give you guys the very latest here on exactly what is going on here in toward the weather center. So again, just trying to keep you guys informed here on these latest developments. We're just trying to keep you guys up to date here. We're at 5:21 on this Friday. It is Friday. For some folks, a long week. Some folks, I mean, you know, I'm a Seminole, but as Gator fans, it's probably a really exciting, sort of feeling week in a way. I mean, it was on Monday when they won that national title. What a huge win for them. They've now, you know, if I do the math right, and between football, basketball, baseball, you know, talking about, I guess it would be, let's see, that'd be 6 championships, I guess it is, this century. So most of those here coming earlier on. Yeah, but, you know, winning that one this year, 3rd ever in men's basketball. Congratulations to them as we go ahead and just continue to give you guys the very latest here on these weather developments. So Let me go ahead. I'm just running some of our different. I know our loop is kind of, it looks like it's messing up almost on my end here, but it's not. It's just all of a sudden this stuff is just popping up. It looks like it's skipping frames, but it's not what's happening. I mean, there's nothing there. 3 o'clock, 3:30, and then a boom. It just starts to develop, and it is skipping frames some, but I digress. But you can kind of see now that it had all this development here. I think it's confusing our system a little. Honestly, we normally have something to track, you know, and then it kind of, you know, it goes up and goes down a little bit more uniformly, I guess you could say, than that. I mean, situation here where it just kind of comes in and boom, there it is on the Doppler technology with the storms everywhere. So again, continuing to give you guys the very latest here in the World Weather Center, obviously. We'll go ahead and kind of switch back on over here. We'll try this again. This should just kind of, yeah, you see how this stuff is just developing, and then it gets warned, and now it's moving up toward east. We're getting more action to develop. But I mean, you look here, there's nothing at 3 hardly, and then all of a sudden, stuff coming from the west there just comes into the picture. I might need to move it over just a little more so you see it's not even there. Earlier on, it just develops. We don't get that often around here like this. Outside of the summertime storms, of course, but you know, having the line development like this, pretty unusual. That can definitely catch folks off guard. Getting little reports, you know, in hail like to 1/4 inch in diameter there toward Mayport and the like there in toward Jacksonville. So that's kind of a storyline, obviously, as we're tracking things, as we're monitoring things here in toward the weather center. So it's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family. We're going to let this run on through here to loop you to see the development. And you see the warnings on the board here. As we continue to look, some of the worst of the south, you know, St. Marks, especially there in McCulloch County. Also north of Perry and getting there south of Madison. They've hit over 3/4 of an inch in diameter. As we're looking at things here, this is some efficient hail production type of action that we're looking on, you know, the Doppler with. So again, let me go ahead and keep looking here. Keep tracking. Just trying to let you know exactly what we're doing with here. I see a question from Joel here on YouTube. I wouldn't think there'd be much water spout potential. That's the question here. The wind dynamics aren't really there too much. We have to have certain things to happen. It's more about hail and just occasionally getting some wind threats here in play. That's what I would kind of think here. Tornado threat, you know, I can't say 0. It's pretty much 0 yesterday, and it is pretty much 0 today, just above it. You know, it's non-zero, but barely. Yeah, the reason I have to say non-zero, I know yesterday up in Indiana, they had a tornado on the ground up there, and there wasn't a warning for a little while because it was not expected. It was a similar storm movement like this, and then all of a sudden, you know, there was rotation radar, and you look, and there was a debris signature, and then a tornado warning was issued. There was quite a bit of damage, so can't say 0. Things can happen in a localized level, so stay alert. But overall, this is one of the lower tornado threats you'll get with an organized severe risk around here. But again, it's not 0. Because we had a significant, you know, I don't know if they rated it yet. Let me see if Paducah office up there rated that Indiana tornado yesterday. That tornado was noteworthy, let's just say that. As we were dealing with things up toward the north there on that Thursday. Let me see if they sent out a rating on that. I'm not sure that they have, but yeah, Princeton, Indiana is where that tornado was yesterday. The rare tornado that struck that community. You know, and the trailer park, you know, mobile home areas had significant damage. Some roofs lost and the like in that vicinity. So it's pretty noteworthy. Pretty noteworthy. Let me double check a couple things. 105-mile-an-hour winds with that tornado yesterday. Okay, so yeah, so you just got to remain alert. You just got to remain alert for these rapidly changing weather conditions here. So, it's not something we can completely rule out, but it's very low chance. Okay, new severe thunderstorm warning now. That's what we're going to be dealing with today. Probably most, if not, all severe thunderstorm warnings. And Hamilton and Swanee at 6 o'clock. They're actually going more on this for the wind and hail to an inch, which is a little surprising, but maybe get a quick burst of wind in there. But northwestern Swanee, central Hamilton, penny-sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. The severe thunderstorm looking at over Swanee River State Park, moving east at 30 miles an hour. Swanee Springs, Swanee River State Park. Some pretty nasty weather. Expect damage to roof siding and trees here as we're dealing with the overall scenario. As we're dealing with the overall situation. Let me go ahead and just continue here to give you guys the very latest. Very latest here on what we're dealing with. So let me go ahead and zoom on in. We'll kind of zoom into that area and zoom in even a little bit more so you see some of the areas potentially being impacted there in toward that part of the viewing circle. Of course, we're always on top of things for 62 counties that, that we cover. And I mean, of course, we have to be on for other areas nationally as needed. And then once we have a situation, we're going to be on like this with severe thunderstorm warnings that are noteworthy. We have to be here to guide you through them, as conditions do warrant. So, again, that's what we're dealing with here in toward the weather center. So, I'm just trying to stay on top of everything here for you. They did expire to the office in Tallahassee, the warning for what color now? Okay, so kind of on the edge there of going, maybe more toward the water than anything for now, but they may, let's see, they replace that with an advisory. Okay, there is an advisory there, so any of the areas that, I'll see what I'm talking about. Some of this area here in the water, some of these areas overland. And we'll just continue to watch here, but not maybe quite the inch size and not quite a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust here and that. A little weaker rotation. There is a little bit right at the coast, and honestly, it's more like maybe needs a severe thunderstorm warning again. I'm a little surprised they hit the expire button on that. I mean, they would have to send out a new one anyway, but my point being is, it looks like that. It's in a very rural area, granted. I mean, this is, almost, there may not be any population down there right at this spot of the, coast there, hardly, but McCullough and Jefferson, about 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, a possibility there. Something, to keep our eyes on. That's according to velocity. The warning got dropped officially here. As we're looking at things, I know it's the Moody radar was working. That would help us out a lot on how these storms are looking. I'll have to go back to Tallahassee's radar for some of these, which that Moody radar was up, but as we go ahead and keep looking here, have this nasty activity around I-10, as we're looking at a new advisory to the south and west here, 50-mile-an-hour winds, half-inch hail, portions of coast through Jefferson, Taylor, Wakulla, a little bit into Taylor as well, as we're looking here, the inland communities. Let me go ahead and see what we can find on traffic. The traffic cameras and those Florida 511 views. I see Hamilton, Columbia, Swanee advisory coming out. So, situation, we're kind of right on the edge of it. It's going to be marginally severe because maybe, may not be. And if it's not, they may just start issuing more advisories on these. But keep in mind, it's an unusual chance of hail. Whether it's to an inch, which is severe, or not, an inch, which would not meet the severe criteria. And I guess it was maybe 2 years ago. I would say maybe about 2 years ago, we had a bunch of hail. I think it was in April of 23. If I remember right, that was some bigger hail than what this is going to be. This will be smaller hail. That maybe just barely meets the criteria. I said the hail last February in 2024. A lot of hail around. But a bunch of tornado warnings that day, too. Not expecting something to that level here. I'm not going to have any tornado warnings today. Can't ever say, you can't, never say never, but we'll be watching. But that's not our big storyline today. our big storyline is marginally severe hail that risk here. So let's see what we can kind of find on these cameras here. It's just a one-man band, so I kind of have to do this as I'm talking to you guys here as we're doing with this. We'll go ahead and show you this camera here toward the interstate. It's a pretty interesting look, you know, and shot of the clouds here. You know, some lowering in the light. Again, not expecting, you know, tornado weather or anything like that today. Interesting lowering. I think the color in the sky, too, I would say is a bit interesting. And it's, you know, it's almost like, and it could be the way I'm looking at it, almost looks a little bit, the sky, I know this shot, you know, the grass is, and everything's green, but the shot almost has a greenish tint. Sometimes you can maybe get hail, you know, to have that, you know, look with, you know, the sky that it's coming out of. So, again, that's the storyline here right now. Again, nothing tornadic. We technically really don't have to talk through this the whole time, but, you know, as we get the latest information, and we're trying to let you guys know what's going on. But, okay, we just got a gust there to 55 miles an hour toward the Wakulla St. Mark's Lighthouse at 528. So some of that wind pretty, you know, noteworthy down there, but and this is not something where we're just, you know, going to be in a day after day after day event. Like sometimes we have to kind of conserve our energy around the tail end, like the really big event on Monday. We have, you know, situation where we're not having to really, you know, conserve our energy. Now I'm looking here nationally, like tomorrow, there's just a marginal risk of severe weather toward like Montana and Wyoming, South Dakota. That's not something we should have to cover by any stretch. And then not seeing anything Sunday. On Monday, there is a risk toward Louisville, Kentucky, Columbus, Ohio, Charleston, West Virginia, and it's a situation where the public can mainly be damaging winds, but we'll watch here. We'll watch as the situation does transpire. So, just continuing to track everything here for you. Let me keep effort in some of these different shots. And, you know, unlike some of these days, we have all this stuff out here, and we kind of think it's going to break up toward Stark and Gainesville. I wouldn't necessarily think that today. If anything, this stuff should kind of get a little bit stronger, unless it just, you know, starts to come through too late after sunset. I mean, if this stuff can come through in the next 2 to 3 hours, I know some of that's just, you know, technically that timeline, it ends a little after sunset, but my point being, it's not even too far after sunset. You can have some pretty robust convection here towards Stark and Gainesville. You know, 7 o'clock, 7:30. It's definitely something that we could have to watch for if it's coming through in that time range. Even 8, you know, o'clock, that's a possibility here as well, as we're looking at things. Of course, we're in Bradford County in the Stark area, so that's why I'm kind of making sure I make that mention. You know, as we're tracking things here, there's a chance it's just under severe too, which, you know, changes how we're doing coverage quite a bit. We'll probably just maybe leave radar up, something like that. If we don't have warnings, we have the 2 right now. And 1 until 6 o'clock for portions of Hamilton is 20. From the Jacksonville office, 1 until 5:45 for portions of Madison and Taylor from the Tallahassee office. There's a lot of hail in these storms. You know, this isn't just overwhelming weather, but I also did get a report there out of the Tully community, Wakulla County, hail around 5:07 to about quarter size. So that is a severe hail report there. We were watching stuff in those coastal areas. But here's the model. This is for 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. You know, that's 7 o'clock here. So that's supposed to be about now. And if anything, that might be a little bit. Let me look here. Yeah, I see it's a little bit slow. That might be about right. It might be a little bit behind current. The model might be, you know, for this accident, a little ahead of what the model shows. So if we could have some stronger weather here in toward like Stark around 8 o'clock, give or take, as we look at the forecast models. The storm in Baker County look like it may be wanting to get warned here pretty soon if it keeps intensifying. You see some hail there west of Taylor, the community of Taylor there, in toward part of Baker County. I just have an advisory on it. Hail to pea-size gust to 40, but that could always intensify here as I look at it on this mode. That could be an issue into Duval County here over the next little bit, north Jacksonville. The way that's kind of tracking on us here, right? You know, maybe the north side, maybe toward the airport there. JIA could have to watch that. So gotta be aware of that potential there in or Jacksonville's metro. As we get back on over here, we're just gonna keep on looking here at the overall situation. It's 5:38 on this Friday, this April 11th, 2025. As we go ahead and continue along here, you know, that line, I don't want to say it doesn't look severe because this stuff is so efficient at producing hail today, but it really doesn't, you know, look like it would maybe be meeting that, you know, 60-mile-an-hour wind or quarter-size hail criteria. But I think there definitely could be hail in there a little bit smaller than that, you know, 3/4 of an inch, something like that. You know, almost anything that evolves here over the next little bit with the red on the radar, that is, could be capable of producing hail at about 3/4 of an inch in diameter. So this storm here has a little curvature to it, but again, there's not a lot of rotation today in this setup. You know, I will watch this area right here. That does look like it needs to be monitored. Because, I mean, you know, we had that question about water spouts. That's not out of the question. It's just the overall pattern shouldn't favor that. But you can't never say never here. You can't never say never. I really want to say that in a situation, you know, where we have storms around and they just kind of evolve and kind of change their own environment. I mean, on a localized level, anything could happen. So, you know, very quickly in a small set of, you know, community roads maybe and something like that, or, you know, just in a small footprint per se. So, as we go ahead and keep looking, so there's a little weak rotation here, quite honestly. I don't want to discount anything after what we saw over Princeton, Indiana yesterday. We didn't really have anything else that I'm aware of tornadically, but that developed. It was not a warning on, and by the time it was a warning, it had already been on the ground. Good little bit it looked like based on the debris signatures. It was not an environment, just like today, we're not really looking for tornadoes at all. You know, have a little spin. I mean, it's not overwhelming here, but, you know, in a localized setup, I suppose something could emerge here. I don't want to say zero. Technically, it's just, you know, it's not showing in the maps, but I mean, it's over 0%, but less than 2%. Per se, in terms of SPC numbers, I would kind of characterize things today. Now, there is a 2% tornado risk up toward the Carolina region with the overall setup, you know, or North Carolina. So up here, that's a 2% tornado risk. Marginal risk goes all the way down, as you see here, but it's not for tornado down here like it is up there. Hail extends down, though. Wind extends down. We have that instability. Yeah, that can play the big role in everything. Put tornado parameters up there, not hardly showing up. Supercell, they do show up some, even, you know, mainly around here, actually, which is interesting, quite honestly, and instability shows up. So, you know, that tells me we could have something to spin in this area right here, where that one area with the little rotation is entering. Does that produce a tornado? It may not be able to, but if we get enough rotational radar, they may, you know, it's not out of the question we get some rogue tornado warning. Not the main threat today by any stretch. It's just not a 0 chance of that happening either. So, a little surprised to see, you know, some stuff a little bit of spin in it here today, but I mean, you can get that in supercells, just capable of producing hail too, and not really get a tornado out of it. That may be kind of what we're dealing with here. So, you kind of get that spin on radar, but it doesn't really come to fruition. I know as you look to dew points, we're going to have cooler air, drier air coming in for that, like, Gator men's basketball celebration tomorrow. It's going to be at halftime of the spring football game there, as they're looking and celebrating the 3rd national championship. And the weather should be pretty nice then, you know, but right now there is that storminess around that we are tracking. You see these dew points out in the 40s. That indicates a lot drier air mass. I mean, I see 48 in Keystone, but we just saw that one warning from Madison and Taylor go away. That's a good sign here right now, but, you know, I see 48 dew point in Keystone, but it's not a total representation of everywhere. I mean, my weather station, ignore the negative 33 in Putnam County. That's the issue. That's an error. That's a bug per se, but we actually have 61 dew point here where I'm at East Historic, so when you get a 60 or above, that's definitely favorable for severe. It's not going to be localized exactly like that. Sometimes it depends on where the center is, but my point is, 48 is not just a total representation of everybody around here. There is some more moist air here for some of these storms to potentially thrive. It just kind of depends on exactly where you are. I mean, maybe a little bit more moist where I am sometimes in the air mass, but it's pond pretty close by. But I don't think that's playing that big of a role based on where my weather station is there. So again, just continuing to track things here, continuing to monitor. Let me go ahead and keep on looking here. You see how much an inch-size hail was in the system, and then we did get a report of inch-size hail right at 4:51. It looks like, so that's before we got on here with this, and before let me double check some things real quick. When did they issue that warning? They issued that warning at, let's see here. Okay, they issued that one at 4:49. So right after that warning came out, it looks like maybe hail to an inch. Again, an inch, 3/4 of an inch. Now, it's a difference between a warning and not a warning, but it's not as big of a deal as, let's say 3/4 of an inch or even an inch in like baseball size. An inch is not going to make that big of a difference. Probably not going to cause damage. It can. And winds, once you get to 60, that can start to cause the damage. So if you get guessed about that, a tornado and a severe warning, though, that's a big difference. So, again, I just continue to track things here. I'm a little surprised to see this become, I know we've had these individual storms which had these spins on. We just got to be kind of mindful, and that's probably more just about a hail threat, but it's becoming a little bit more of a line, kind of limit that hail threat from getting as big maybe sometimes too. So we'll just have to pay attention. That may preclude us from getting many more warnings than it could just be hail. Quite a bit of hail, that's just under severe limits today, which still could be impactful, don't get me wrong, but it's a different type of thing that we're tracking. So our one lone warning here at this point is this yellow box up here, including the community of Swanee there. We're going to keep on watching that. We're going to keep on monitoring that. I'm just going to keep on tracking the situation here as we go ahead and keep on giving you guys the very latest here on what's happening. We're just trying to keep you up to date. You see that little spin there? We'll watch that. When we go to the Jacksonville radar, we have some stronger action. This one's off the coast. This is developing here, moving towards Sawgrass. Okay, we have a tornado warning now. That's kind of what I was starting to get worried about for Taylor County. This here, we'll look at this real quick. It's not over here, but we do have some strong winds moving into toward, southern Tarleton County here. We'll watch that. Don't get me wrong, but it's just back out here right at the coast. We just got the tornado warning here. This little area right here, I believe. Let me see here. So we did get a tornado warning now for Taylor County. There you go. Yeah, there it is right on the screen. This is a pretty rural area, quite honestly. But I started to see that spin. I was getting a little worried. There we say almost 0 chance, but can't say 0 because of stuff like this right at the coast. These little environments here, very localized. So now we have a tornado warning in effect until 6:15 for parts of Taylor County. So we have a tornado potential right there at the coast. Let's go ahead and get folks in the shelter. This is a very rural area overall. But at 5:45, it looks like a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 18 miles west of Perry, moving east at 30 miles an hour. There's a little southerly component with this as well. You see, that red area is where the rotation tracker picked up some spin. As we're tracking this, as we're monitoring this, and let's see here. Let me look at our little indicator. I'm just trying to see. I'm just looking a little debris on this, but it's not conclusive. Not like what we had in Indiana. It's hard to say for sure on this. We're down pretty low, so if there was a tornado with us, it wouldn't be very strong right now. You see that? That little green kind of concerns me in there. It's not exactly co-located, but this has that little notch on it, so we have to be careful. This is headed, you know, kind of in the direction of Perry in some ways. You know, maybe the Perry Airport there, though, is where I'm kind of thinking, not downtown Perry. So, again, that's kind of the storyline there. Let me check the population on this tornado warning. They have a tornado warning now, folks, in parts of our area, part of our 62 counties, an escalation, a circulation spinning up here west of Perry. So again, let me go ahead and keep looking here. It's only 203 folks that are in this, and you know, just toward, it looks like areas, you know, on the edge and west of Hampton Springs and Taylor County. That's what we're tracking this. So again, we have a tornado warning. This is Friday. We're live on Friday here. It's tornado warning to circulation just south of US 98. We're not really expecting tornado weather today, but now we've got a spin, and we have a tornado warning here on the board. We need to get folks into shelter. Only a couple hundred folks within this polygon, but we're just going to have to get folks into shelter here. Let me go ahead and see if we can get some traffic cameras up out of Perry. There have been, and there still are, some traffic camera views. I know we're kind of, you know, looking a little bit further away with this, but kind of caught that pocket of the favorable parameters for this here. And we're just going to kind of look back toward the west if we can. I'll see if there's a traffic camera that can kind of give us a view of that here from the Florida 5. I'm going to be looking from Perry. Let me just see if we can find something here a little more definitive. I know, you know, looking at these cameras with all the hurricanes down here the last few years, Idalia, Debbie, Helene. Just trying to get an idea of what's going on. Well, it looks like maybe a self cloud. It's a little blurry, this shot, but kind of looks like a self cloud here to me. Let's go ahead and pull this out. This is US 1998 at US 221 Jefferson Street area. Perry, you know, does maybe not have quite as much internet as you'd have. I don't know if that's affecting this, but you know, like in Jacksonville or Gainesville, you're going to have more internet available for some of these shots sometimes, but it definitely looks like, you know, some wicked looking clouds there as we're looking at the overall situation. Again, there's a tornado warning to the west. That tornado warning does not include where this camera is, so I do need to clarify that, but it's just off toward the west of that here right now. We're kind of looking at some of the storminess here. Nothing definitive on that frame. Let me go ahead and take our tornado warning super off here. This is probably getting pretty close to needing a warning for Duval, quite honestly, for hail. It's an advisory. There's an airport weather warning. I know this is not, you know, good conditions for planes and the like here. Next little bit. We're seeing peace size down 45 to 55 on the wind. The wind number looks all right. You know, that's what, you know, you could expect here. But I would say the hail, no, we're not seeing a bunch on correlation coefficient, but, you know, I would say that hail could be getting close to severe with that black on there. I'm a little surprised. Maybe they're thinking there's just a bunch of smaller hail, which wouldn't, you know, require a warning here, technically. But it's going to be crossing US 301 here. There's probably, I mean, I said there's probably hail. There's, let's see what the algorithm says. It's 100% chance of hail, and it says 100% severe. Now, there's no warning. It may just be a bunch of hail just under severe, but there's, I would be, you know, willing to, you know, there's pretty much guaranteed that there's hail in this here. Moving toward US 301, there's going to be hail at least a ½ inch in diameter. Moving, you know, toward areas like Briceville and areas there in the Lake and into Ward the US, 1 corridor and I-295. But we do have the tornado warning. I don't want to leave that out. I mean, that's a big deal. It's just there's only a couple hundred folks down there, compared to so many folks in Jacksonville that'd be impacted by some hail that's under severe limits. But this is not a confirmed tornado right now, but radar indicated. Just go ahead and make sure your secret that's inside is 30 build. We don't really have basements around here. That's not really an option, but get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet, football helmet, baseball helmet, something like that. Very important stuff to keep in mind here as we're tracking things. There's a tornado warning for parts of the area for Taylor County until 6:15, not including Perry, but from Hampton Springs and Taylor County in the Big Bend region off toward the west. There's a possible tornado that is developing. So again, you need to get into shelter here. Need to take those tornado precautions. Again, let me jump back on over here. Just checking all our different modes. Latest update at 5:53, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. It's located 14 miles west of Perry, moving southeast at 35 miles an hour. Again, just trying to keep you guys up to date on these inclement conditions, obviously. This developing weather situation here. This is why we went with, that storyline. We thought we'd get some of these storms, that would have to cause us to be on. Didn't necessarily think it'd be tornado warning situations, but we talked about it within the area. Again, this here is on the western fringes too, but we said 60% chance of rain. I think that's higher than pretty much anybody around here. And now we have a tornado warning in play. As we're looking here, we have some spin. We have some spin here on the Doppler. And we have a potential tornado here in the ward parts of Taylor County. And we're not in a alert mode with like the red logo. It's not an organized threat here, for like some type of big outbreak or anything like that. But it's a localized situation. And we're tracking a tornado warning in Taylor County in the Florida Big Bend right now. And we just got a severe thunderstorm warning for Duval. That's kind of where I thought we'd be going with this, right there at 6 o'clock on a Friday. We got air on the side of caution. I mean, you just have to, because I think this is a hail. I mean, that looks like that's producing hail to an inch, and that's why they just issued a warning. There's probably a widespread report to that. And it's going to probably be, it's at the airport here, so I don't know how much you can do in a short period of time with the planes, but we're probably going to have a lot of hail toward the runways, and it's going to make things slick out there. I mean, I'm trying to figure out a way to characterize this out, because this is something we don't get on the radar that often around here, because it's only a base warning, 60 1/4 inch on hail, 1 inch size, quarter size, I should say. I think quarter inch, but I mean quarter size, the size of quarters here. That's something that you hear a bunch in the summer, but this is actually, not going to be over one little area for 2 minutes. This could be a multiple, mile type of stretch from north to south of the hail. That's getting very bad looking there, the hail, in terms of, this could be something that could cause accidents. That's how much hail could accumulate here. I know we have a tornado warning, and I'm focusing on the severe thunderstorm warning, but this is a much more populated area. This is something that is almost a guarantee that we're going to have some hail that's falling. Even if it's not officially an inch size, it's probably going to be, accumulating like you would see. I don't want to say an ice storm, but it kind of might be like sleet. Like when you have a sleet storm and you have so much of that iciness to fall. That's kind of what we're looking at here. Moving toward northern Duval County, toward the Weather Service office there in Jacksonville, toward Jacksonville International Airport, toward 295 here. Again, this could be a hail situation like we haven't really seen too much over the years toward the first coast. So this keeps moving like it is. This could be something where everybody's taking photos of it. Maybe a little bit like last February. And then we had in more central Florida, but I think April the year before, something like that. We had a bunch of days where we had some bigger hail than this. It would not be that big, but it'd be something like sleet. Like it's just covering the ground here in the northern part of Duval County. So we'll start pulling a traffic camera on that in a moment. But let's get back to the tornado warning, because that is the, type of warning that takes priority here right now. As we're looking toward Taylor County. Again, yes, a tornado warning. I'm seeing sun out my window here, but we have a tornado warning in the Ward, Taylor County, and the Big Bend of Florida. And until 6:15, I'm in Stark, by the way, if you're wondering. But my point is, we're seeing sun here right now. Just so you what we're talking about. It's not gonna be like that here in a little bit, but you see it so much, it's like interfering with our shot even. But as we go ahead and look back at this tornado warning, we're just trying to give you guys the very latest here. Again, a possible tornado in Taylor County at 5:53. It's a very thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. It's located 14 miles west of Perry, moving southeast at 35 miles an hour. You know, unlike the severe thunderstorm situation, this is not a tornado situation that's going to be historic by any stretch. I'd be surprised if we actually get a tornado to really touch down, and it's in, you know, an environment here where it's, you know, favorable for a little while, but that's not our main story today by any stretch here. That is, you know, it's as low a tornado risk as you're ever going to see around here to actually get tornado warnings, or at least just one. That might be the only one we get all day. But 210 folks in the polygon there, including parts of US 98 tracking. You know, if you're leaving Hampton Springs to the west, you could be in the path of this, and to the south of that road especially. And if you're going, just, you know, going to east into Hampton Springs, or going from Hampton Springs to the west, however you're looking at this, to the south of that's where our twister, albeit weak, very weak, could be. So, again, just continue to track this here. We're going to go ahead and keep looking here into the weather center. I still have some of that rotation here on the Doppler algorithm. I'm looking into word period. They're not officially in the tornado warning in town there where they got hit so hard, you know, in the last couple hurricane seasons. But there's a look at the shot as we're tracking things. I'm going to keep looking here. We're going to keep tracking. Let me go ahead and pull up another shot. Just look at the sky here. Pretty inclement conditions for Taylor County right now. We're not able to get right to that. We have the worst of the weather. But we're just continuing to give you guys the latest. Right at the top of the hour here, pretty much. Definitely see some darker sky, that top left part of the shot there, toward parts of Taylor County. That's intriguing to see here. Saw a flash a moment ago, not 100% sure in which direction this is pointed, but I know, saw a flash a moment ago. Hopefully it was just lightning, not any type of power flash or anything. But again, it's continuing to keep our eyes on the situation here. But yes, a tornado warning here in the north parts of Taylor County right now. Again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here on this effort and the latest updates. The warning does continue there for a little bit longer. Again, yes, we are, you know, unfortunately there, Joshua, we have a comment on YouTube. Yes, we are tracking some rotation. There's actually, believe it or not, a tornado warning here now toward parts of Taylor County. So, again, you know, looking southwest to Hampton Springs, that does not look very tight at this point. It was tighter earlier. This is broadening out. Probably going to drop this warning pretty soon, quite honestly. And then, you know, besides that, the only other warning is for local anyway. There's a warning, thunderstorm warning in North Carolina, I see, but in the South Carolina. But our other local warning is a very noteworthy severe thunderstorm warning. I have hardly ever seen this much. This is as high almost as our radar will estimate here. Not quite, but it's close to the highest that our radar will estimate for how much of the rain rates, you know, are within the precip. But it's not measuring that, I don't think. You know, for the most part, I think it's actually seeing, you know, all that heaviness in the precip is actually probably hail falling, maybe a substantial amount of it. Maybe not huge, but this is probably a substantial amount of hail, and that it's enough, even if it's like penny size, dime size, even if it's not quarter size, which I know that's what the warning's for, and we have to have that to issue the warning per se. And there's also the threat of some winds in here. It could be gusty. Could have a little bit of wind damage for sure. And you don't want, wind-driven hail. And that could happen here too. But it's probably not the biggest size hail. It's probably not even, quarter size, much less golf ball size. It's probably dime size, probably nickel size. But there's probably tons and tons of it come out of this. I've seen this before in our area in this setup. This is headed right there, to cause problems. It's going to be like sleet. Headed right toward the I-295 corridor. There's so much of it falling. I-95, we've seen it, maybe every year or two you'll get an event like this, and that's what we're down with right now, right to a very highly populated area here. It's not right in downtown Jax, but the north side toward Jackson International Airport, and maybe especially, right there toward I-295, or you really don't want to be driving on that stretch here because it's going to get so slippery. Those type of speeds, if we get so much of that to fall like sleet, it's hail, not sleet. But my point is, it's going to be like that, and it could be so much of it. It could be like a, an icy type mess almost for a bit. It's coming out quick. I mean, it's not, cold weather, but when it's in the 70s, give or take. But my point being, for a little while anyway, you're going to have that. You could even get some fog out of something like this, I would say, depending on how much this develops here, and down toward the surface. So this is a dangerous weather situation in northern Duval County. Again, it's not right in the downtown Jax, but I am a little surprised not seeing much of a blue. I'd expect to see a bit more blue in here if we had more hail falling, but that could be an anomaly a little bit here. We'll have the traffic camera. We'll know here soon. But let's get back to that tornado warning. Yes, there's a tornado warning in our area right now, believe it or not. Let me go ahead and, there's our look outside where we're at. Gonna be storming here later, but let's look toward this rotation. I have the dew points on if you're wondering. That environment's there, but rotation is weakened. You had earlier on red and yellows. Now it's gray, indicating pretty weak rotation. They're probably going to drop this warning very soon as we are tracking things. So again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here to protect you, your friends, and your family. Just trying to keep you guys safe here. I know we're just going to be here. I'm going to keep on giving you the latest. Again, yes, there's a tornado warning. Tornado warning to the south and west, but there's a severe thunderstorm warning toward Duval, Nassau here. As I've offered in the very latest weather information here in the World Weather Center. Not much rotation with this. Again, no longer much rotation with this. That's not going to get reissued. If anything, maybe a severe thunderstorm warning out there, but they're not going to, I can't imagine them reissuing that tornado warning now. But there was rotation with it noteworthy for a few minutes. You got to always stay alert in this environment. We saw it up in Indiana yesterday, and don't think we had a touchdown with that, but it could have been a brief one in our rural area. That's not out of the question. Nothing like what we had in Indiana, Princeton, Indiana. But this here, this is the hail producer. It's not really showing an inside hail on our product, but it's showing a bunch of hail just under that. Even if the warning has to have to issue it for an inch really to get the polygon. And it's possible we could have some inside hail in here, no doubt, but it's a possibility. But I think we're just going to have a bunch of hail just under that, and that could cause problems in and of itself right there in the metro. They might have to extend that one a little south. I'm seeing some signs it's, kind of slipping out of the box a little bit. They may need to extend this into downtown here. It's starting to kind of slip down, more to the south and east here. This source. Let's pull that up, as we're looking here, as we're tracking. By the way, the overall weather maker here, I know that's caused the FSU baseball series to be moved around here toward Blacksburg, Virginia. Doubleheader going to be played tomorrow now, by the way. Just got an update on the tornado warning from the Weather Service in Tallahassee. They're now giving us an update saying they're expiring the tornado warning for Taylor County. I almost have to keep, checking myself because it's hard to believe we're talking about a tornado warning in this setup. But So we just had, but it has been dropped, you know, statement. Technically, when they expire it, it still is kind of in play at 6:15, but, you know, it's not something where the threat looks really active anymore, so that's good. You know, but we're just going to keep on tracking things, keep on tracking here the very latest in the weather scenarios. So our one warning now is that very volatile looking severe thunderstorm moving into northern Duval County. You know, as we're up there. So let's go ahead and zoom in here. Very highly popular area. Just continuing to try to give you guys the latest updates. We're trying to be here for you. I know, reported pea-sized hail, Ponte Vedra Beach, St. Johns County at 5:55. And again, just trying to keep you up to date. We're at 6:08 now. Okay, so the thunderstorm warning now continues here. Duval, Nassau. I may need to go a bit further down south. May need to extend this down with a new box. We shall see. Just looking here at our scans. There's some wind enhancement, nothing tornadic looking about this though right now. We're Duval, Nassau, but there is a little bit of wind in there, wind about 50 miles an hour according to the velocity. And I hail pea-sized in Baker County around 5:38. And we're watching more of these strong but not severe. But this is severe, moving right near the airport there. So let's see. Let me see if I can get a camera right there on 295, just south of the airport. I think that might be where we get some of the highest impact here in Duval County next few minutes. Again, 295 south of the airport. Let's see what we can find. Trying to get the best shot of this. These traffic cameras can be very helpful. These Florida 501 perspectives. This is I-95 north of Dunn Avenue. I'm trying to look at here, but let me see. I want to see if I can pull up a different shot even. Again, trying to give you guys the very latest. Yeah, the airport is trying to kind of get my bearings here, you know, with the geography. Yeah, let's go to Lim Turner, 295 there. Okay, so this is a live look there. I-285 west south of Lim Turner. I'm just trying to keep you guys up to date. So I don't really see anything really definitive yet, but you see these conditions looking like they're deteriorating there. Again, I'm expecting some hail to be smaller in size, but that signature would indicate that we would have some of that covering the road here. I've got a few people out. Hopeful maybe it will weaken just a little as we get to these busier, higher speed roads. We should at least see some of this. I know it's kind of not the easiest view to get everything on, but again, we're looking at this live with you guys. It's Florida 511 perspective. Again, watching all the different scans. I'm looking at other screens, so if something changes on that, you might, see it before me. But look, the airport is now reporting hail at GIA. Okay. Well, we're just south of that. There should be some hail in this center. I see all these lights on. So they might be seeing it. We just can't see it. It's not quite big enough yet. So let me go ahead and go out of this. It says a report of at the airport. Let me get a camera a little closer there. There's some cameras just east of the airport that we can look at. Some Florida 501 perspectives. This is I-95 North Airport Road. There is some hail being reported. I didn't see what side, but just the METAR's reporting at the actual sensor. So again, you see how slow it is on the road, how dark it is, for that matter there. Well, they're already having their lights on, as you should in the rain, as you're supposed to. But again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here. I'm going to keep looking, keep efforting some information. Okay, so right in there now, right there at the airport, 295. I'd anticipate a good bit of hail. I'm not necessarily seeing that on a traffic cam, so maybe he's not reaching as bad as it could. It's at least possible. It's possible. Just haven't found the right shot either. Warning still goes for hail to an inch and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Just for Duval, the NASA has been dropped. Pop this up. This camera there in the vicinity. And maybe some hail in this shot. It's possible. Some of what we're seeing is hail there. Closer toward the airport area. There may be some hail in this. It's not as bad as it could be, but it kind of looks like there could be some of that in there. It's hard to say for sure because I'm not used to I'm not really sure what it's supposed to look like normally, but it kind of had that look to it. The kind of lazy looking sky there, maybe. Definitely not ideal conditions nonetheless there in northern Duval County. I think I see a little bouncing maybe. It's hard to say for sure. Some folks looking like they're really slowing down. So, yeah, I think it's really intensifying right over them. So that's not great when people are having to slow down there. This looks like some very low visibility type of weather. And there could be some hail. I mean, I think there probably is hail in this, and just hope it's not doing any damage to any of these vehicles here. But you can't get a good look, but it looks really bad out there. We're not, zoomed in right there, but this is very, very bad, very volatile weather conditions in northern Duval County right now. You see folks stopping on the road now, which I know some people are trying to stop under underpasses or overpasses. You're not really supposed to do that here because that's more about, in a tornado situation. If that were to arise, we're not expecting that, and other folks are trapped, and then that area could actually have more of a problem anyway, but not just that, you're actually trapping other folks on the road that might be close to their house. They can get in their garage real quick. So it's a tricky thing, but definitely does not look good out there in northern Duval County. You see folks going around that car there as we're tracking things here right now. Northern Duval County. So very inclement conditions for sure. Let me go ahead and keep looking at some of the cameras though for the time being. One of the camera is 295 West at Lem Turner Road. Let me see if I can just kind of track with this. Whoa. I just saw some imagery. I don't know if we can get... Whoa, we gotta take this now. My gosh, look at that. That's definitely some hail in there as we're looking I-295 West at Duval Road there. It does not look good there. That is very wicked weather right now. This is a live look on the Florida 511 camera as we're tracking it. That looks like winter, to be quite honest there. But there's definitely some hail in this. It's hard to make out all the details, but this is a nasty situation right near the airport there. Northern Duval County. Again, a hailstorm in progress here right now in northern Duval County. Again, a dangerous weather situation. This is not what we want to see folks having to drive in, obviously. This really gives you a visual of it. I'm going to see if, I know this is a dramatic shot, but there may even be more. It's just a one-man band here, so I kind of have to, you know, pick and choose live. But this is a dramatic shot here. Hailstorm in northern Duval County. Almost looks like winter in some ways. Let's go ahead and keep effort and more shots here in toward that area. Just continuing to check things. Bear with me. Here's another look at it. It's not near dramatic as, you know, what we were just showing, but still kind of near, you know, following some of these roads a little. So I think we can just keep bouncing back and forth here. These Florida 511 perspectives. I'm going to keep going back and forth. But let's zoom out on the radar just a little bit so we can track this out just a little bit better as we're bouncing back and forth in the Doppler. I know there's a new advisor to the east for nickel-sized hail, but pea-sized hail reported at Jacksonville's Weather Service there. Last few moments, but I don't know how much of it is. It may be quite a bit. I'm going to keep effort and shots here with this very active weather scenario. You can kind of see the no visibility look and maybe some of that hail in this shot here as well. I-295 west northbound at I-95 north. Looks like some hail kind of floated on by the camera lens. At least it would appear that way. In toward northern Duval County. Again, continuing to track this situation here right now. Maybe even moving the camera around a little. As we keep looking here, keep effort in some of these shots. So there's a lot of them in here. As we keep looking. We'll go back to that one shot that was more dramatic a few minutes ago. You can kind of see the lens now kind of messed up, just, you know, not out of focus from what we were just having with that fog. I mean, with that hail, but maybe some fogginess in there too. Oh, wow, this just shows you how dark the skies are kind of getting a little bit out ahead of this. But let's say these skies, these are very dramatic type of views when you get one like this to where I-295 east north of Out to Drive. Wow, there may even be some hail in there too, but kind of the water in the roadway it looks like. This is a very dramatic shot here in northern Duval County right now. I think that's hail bouncing on that, kind of out back in front of it. Let's watch those cars go through some of that water standing there. As you see these very nasty conditions of low visibility here at times. This is, you know, weather that can lead to accidents here, unfortunately. as we're done with it. A new warning now to 7 for parts of Duval. They kind of, even if it's not quite an inch in diameter, if you're getting this much hail in an area that didn't get it, even if it doesn't quite meet the criteria, I think you just kind of have to issue another warning all the way to the coast here, and that's what they've done now. And there very well could be hail to a quarter in there somewhere. But new warning now. It's going to pop up on this one in a second, but it includes Mayport, Talbot Island, also Ocean Way, Little Talbot Island, Fort Carolina, Atlantic Beach. So let me go ahead. I know that one source goes quicker than the other on the warning to have it set, just in case we have to have, a different warning source in case something happens. So the other warning's going away because it's moving east, but there's your overall thread as we're continuing to track this. Let me go ahead and keep looking here. You kind of see the box change around, shift around a little bit as we're tracking things here. I'm just trying to effort some of these latest camera shots. Okay, you can just see how it's really impacting that evening commute, that Friday evening commute. Not good weather conditions at all. These Florida 501 perspectives telling the weather story here as we're dealing with these scenarios. So, again, continuing to give you updates here. Let me go on over, zoom in here so I can get to look at the road a little bit better. Just try to get my bearings here so I can correlate it to our map. I'm just looking here because there's so many cameras, easily could miss some of the better ones. As it's a one-man band, I have to kind of pick and choose live. Yeah, this looks like some not good conditions here with that hail in play in the region. As we're continuing to give you guys the very latest effort in the latest updates here. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of hail reports there out of northern Duval County. Just moving up toward Mayport there. So Mayport is right here. Some of these areas right at the coast going to be getting into that here as well with all this hail over the next little bit. Again, just trying to keep you up to date. Better with me. Just trying to keep you informed. So the different areas, the purple and then the blacks indicate just so much, falling from the sky there in terms of rain, but also hail, obviously, is what causing that more than anything. As we're continuing to keep you guys up to date here on the scenario, on the situation here. I'm just trying to keep you guys safe. So again, still with you. $6:27 on this Friday. I'm going to zoom out real quick. We got some more storms here that we need to show you. You see some purple there. That's, heading directly to McClinney. Could get some hail there next little bit. This stuff down here, it is moving up to the northeast instead. The hail could come toward Gainesville here. That's different storm on that, or different movement on that storm as we're tracking things, as we're monitoring the situation. Definitely trying to keep you informed. May start getting some more advisories. The one warning is this one here, though. Northeastern Duval County at this point. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, but really a quarter-size hail and just lots of hail even under that. Falling from the sky, potential from Mayport, Fort Caroline, Atlantic Beach, Ocean Way, Tabot Island, Little Tabot Island. So you kind of get the idea what we're talking about with these very inclement weather conditions here. Trying to keep you up to date here at 6:28. Trying to see if there's some more reports here. Definitely some nasty weather there in this region. See that signature there west of Gainesville? That's way far away on the radar, but some hail could be headed toward Gainesville proper here next little bit. As we're tracking things. No, there is an advisory for that storm. I'm going to take out the warning information. I don't want to confuse anybody because that storm's not warned in the word Alachua, but there is an advisory for eastern Alachua, western Alachua. Where they, include part of those sectors, but it's really central Alachua until 7:15. Hail to about 9/10 of an inch in diameter and wind about 55 miles an hour, a possibility. Still trying to give you more updates. Just a one-man band here trying to give you the latest. Again, trying to give you more updates. This storm could get a warning here for Gainesville next little bit. This storm obviously has the history with it in Duval County. Had a gust of 40 at the airport, by the way. Last little bit. Still trying to keep you up to date. I'm just going through all the different information here that I can see. And there's some different updates coming to that tornadic activity from the other day on the pass and like toward areas there, Tallahassee. I mean, seeing hail in different parts of our region. A lot of it small, but again, just keeping you up to date. You know, we're in Bradford County. Let me look at our camera, look back toward the west. Nothing really imminent, but maybe able to see some of this stuff in the distance. Looks pretty nice though right now, but we'll see as we get to the evening. I know some of this accent toward the south here really getting going, maybe a little bit more than what some of the model guidance is suggesting. I know we're way away on the radar with this, so it's probably not a fair representation, but I wouldn't be surprised. You know, it says 2-inch hail though, moving to Gainesville now. There's not a warning. I would not think it'd be that big, but I think there might be quite a bit of smaller hail, like what we saw to the north, but in that, you know, same thought line, I think they may want to go and issue a warning on this just so people are prepared for some hail right there toward the areas there in Alachua County. Like, let me just zoom in here. You know, we're talking about State Road 26. You know, right in there. Let's get some I-75 cameras up, because get some of those views as it crosses in toward that area. You know, extra folks in town there for that basketball celebration, you know, tomorrow, and spring football game for the Gators. And they're just, some of them just coming into town for that matter, but don't want to get folks, you know, in a situation where they get some damage or something like that. Just trying to get an idea of exactly where to track things here. Maybe right near the, so 26, that's right in the Oaks Mall, right there near HCA, North Florida Hospital, as we look in toward that area, right over there. Let me go ahead and see what we can find on some of these traffic cameras. You can kind of see here the viewpoint as we look here with our traffic camera shot. I know it's kind of an issue, but may start to see some hail come across there next few moments. Probably, you know, be under an inch, but still could be quite a bit of it. But you don't get a warning until you say it's an inch. They may go and issue a warning to be safe, just in case there are a few that are there meeting that criteria. This is in Alachua County now with this hail threat. As we continue here to track this, yeah, we're seeing some precip coming to the shot here in Alachua County now. Trying to give you the latest. May start to see some hail here in the next few moments. But we're going to keep watching these shots. I'm going to keep checking some of them. See what else we can find. Let's take a look at this. Just a little south there, right by the Oaks Mall, but on the interstate. There's probably some hail in that, based on how white that looks. I don't know if it's that big. There's probably some hail in there. Not great weather conditions. This is I-75 there toward, you know, areas there, mile marker 386.9. Not fun weather conditions here at all. You see that one vehicle by the side of the road, but we're continuing to track things here. Again, trying to give you the latest updates. There's no warning on this one, like there is toward northeast Duval, but there definitely could be some hail in here. As I've alluded to, I'm sure there is. I mean, it looks like there may be in this shot even. Oh yeah, there's definitely hail in that. Let me see, we maybe, surprised they haven't issued a warning on that, to be quite honest. I know some of it may not really be an inch, but let's see if I'm getting some reports from the imping system. Instantaneous reports, not really, but okay, warning now for Alachua County. By the way, the advisory was just issued a moment ago. You know, as we were tracking the vicinity there, I saw they issued it even into Bradford here. Let me see. Okay, it's that one there where they issued the advisory, but now a severe thunderstorm warning for Alachua County now until 7:15. So again, a nasty storm, at least, you know, some hail threat coming into fruition there. As we're tracking things, as we're monitoring things. Gonna look at some more traffic camera shots. Oh, this is something, and probably indicates just how bad things are. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some accidents that set up in that area next few minutes. That's a traffic camera, I-75 mile marker 386.4, and you don't see anything because the visibility's so bad there. As we go ahead and continue to give you guys the very latest, 26, talking about Newberry Road, but let me go up a little further. I see another camera just like that. So let me go back to that one in between. Maybe we can see a little. Whoa, wow. This is that camera right there near the hospital over there, right on the interstate though. And yes, that's hail. I mean, you can just tell. This is very inclement weather there. Getting a report there from the public, Newberry, from a few minutes ago, penny and nickel size hail. And, at least that's falling. There's a lot of it, and there could even be, hail getting to quarter size. But definitely some very inclement, dangerous conditions here in Alachua County right now with a hailstorm in progress there toward I-75, toward the Oaks Mall, toward the hospital in that area. By the way, this kind of gets to 61 at Mayport now. So that's interesting there. So let's jump back to that storm. Getting a wind enhancement on that one. We'll get back to the storm in Alachua here. Alachua County in a moment. Yeah, right there near the coast. Maybe getting a little bit more to it with some of these parameters there. And yeah, you can see the wind. Last few scans, we saw this with the storm on Monday. It kind of picked up right there at Mayport. So not a good situation there. Not a good situation in Alachua County. As we're tracking this, let's get a track on this one because the more north it goes, the more of it could be a Bradford County problem. That other one in Duval is going off the coast. This one is not going off the coast here. So this could be a Bradford County problem here in a little while. I don't know if it's going to be stark yet. Let me just get a track on this here. As we're tracking the scenario with these hailstorms in progress. I'm setting that up. I want to get back where we have the camera shots available. Right there toward. It looks like some of them are now down because of what went through. With all that hail in Alachua County, a dangerous weather situation there. Yeah, got a viewer saying intense hail in Gainesville. I would agree based on what I'm seeing here on my sources. We can't guarantee the exact size based on the radars as good as maybe we could if it's closer to the site, but we knew there was some hail really picking up, and this is a view that I-75 mile marker 386.4 as we're tracking things there, as we're monitoring the situation. That is not good weather, obviously. This is very dangerous weather situation in Alachua County. As we go ahead and continue to give you guys the very latest here. So let me get a track on this now. Because I don't think the tracks are picking up on this quite right. I got to do a manual track on this. So bear with me. I think it's going a little bit more north than what some of the information is indicating. We just got some reports out of Gainesville on the imping system. Okay. Let me let you guys know about those. Pea-size hail reported and half-inch hail reported in that general area that we were tracking. But You know, honestly, just the north might have been a little bit worse. Okay, so we're continuing to track this. That's really bad, folks. State Road 222 there. US 441. This is some really bad looking hail. Right over Gainesville. This is a very bad storm here, folks. It's type of hail that can lead to accidents, and can't guarantee the size. If it were to be a little bit on the bigger side, it could do some damage here. And, you know, this is going to be riding, you know, up there toward Paradise to Fairbanks and on Waldo Road here over the next little bit. Again, this is a dangerous weather situation here right now as we're tracking things. A hailstorm in Alachua County. And yes, I'm getting the track ready. I promise here for Bradford. It's got more reports in hail. You know, obviously confirming this, the peace side of the south, but that's on the southern plain. This could be over an inch in size. This could be closer to an inch and a half. If that is actually picking up more in size than the magnitude. Our one source is showing 1.14 inches in diameter. As we're tracking this, okay, they're now doing an escalation on this warning. They're calling this an enhanced type of situation now for Alachua County. Report of trained weather spotters indicating maybe hail closer to golf ball size here. So that hail threat has been observed. The wind is radar indicated. So we're not seeing maybe golf ball size hail in Gainesville. This could do some damage. This may be doing damage as we're speaking here in Gainesville. A very dangerous weather situation here in Alachua County right now with hail to a golf ball size. You know, has been observed, and there could be a lot of it. We saw how bad things look toward I-75. This has evolved very rapidly into a discrete storm here in this environment. And it's moving northeast instead of southeast like some of the other action was. This could be a very serious weather scenario. Very serious situation here in Gainesville. All these populated areas. This might even be, you know, right near, I'm going to check, this might be right over there around the university. Yes, it is. Looks like it just kind of maybe clipped them. I think the worst went just to the northwest of them, but they definitely had, and are definitely still having some pretty nasty weather. There's even a wind enhancement on this now. They may have to, I know we're looking way aloft here, but there may be a developing tornado with this. It's really hard to say because we don't have good radar coverage. This is a very unusual storm. This is a very serious situation in Alachua County here, folks, around State Road 222, US 441. This storm is kind of, you know, on the upper end of anything, you know, we were expecting today, maybe kind of surpassing that, to be quite honest now. You know, marginal risk, and this is a discrete supercell. I think it's fair to call it that now. This is a very serious weather situation. A very serious storm. It's moving there. We're tracking that movement. It is off toward northeast at 40 miles an hour. Again, I'm going to try to do it. I'm doing a track now because I know you guys want that. It's this movement here. I want to make sure I get this right because this develops so rapidly on the radar coverage here. So I would say the movement is with this. You'll see it here in just a second. Okay, I don't think it's really headed towards Stark, based on my analysis here of this. It looks like it's headed more toward the Hampton Keystone area instead. Maybe, you know, even getting there, you know, in toward areas of northeastern Alachua County here first. That's kind of where it looks like it's headed to me. That could shift on us still. But it looks like a Hampton to Keystone type of situation with some very vigorous hail. Some of the worst hail, you know, potentially that we've seen in a while around here in terms of some of the size. This is a very damaging storm as we're looking at this hail situation now in Alachua County. Again, not a good situation at all here in Alachua County in southern Bradford. This could be a damaging hail event from Hampton to Keystone over the next little bit. So let me go ahead and take this track that I put on here off. I'm going to check some information. It's moving northeast at 40. So let me just go ahead and get an idea. So that means within a half an hour, it's going to be in southeastern Bradford. But you know what? That latest scan makes it look like a right turner a little bit. And then that could get a more north keystone if that happens here. Some of these more vigorous storms can do stuff like that. You know, I don't love that wind signature. This is so far we would not really know if there's a tornado with this. The environment's not supposed to be favorable for that today, but that wind signature is a little bit, it may just be more the hail type of scenario messing with our product here because of how bad that hail signature was. But again, continuing to track this here, this damaging hail storm here in Alachua County. A damaging hail storm. Let me do another track on this. So something like that, crossing 100. You know where that's going to be, guys? That's going to be right near the Keystone Airport. That's going to be right near the RV park. We could have a damaging hailstorm headed in toward that area here over the next little bit. We need to get folks, you know, in a situation where they're, you know, not near the windows or nothing else. You know, it's a hail situation, so, you know, if those windows start to bust out there in those RVs and the like, if that were to happen, you don't want to be in a situation where you can get injured. That's where we're looking right now. A damaging hail storm headed right toward, you know, right now Wardle Road, sure, but eventually it could be headed right toward that area where we have all the RVs there in southeastern Bradford County. You don't have that much time to take action here. You know, if you can get to a safer structure, that'd be advisable, because you do have a little bit of time, but you don't have a lot of time here. The movement on this is 40 miles an hour. So that's less than 30 minutes away here from that area. Less than 30 away. Hail may be reducing in size just a very tad bit, but again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest. Let me go ahead and keep giving you the updates here on this very dangerous scenario. Looking at all the different algorithms here. Getting quite a few comments here on this. Yeah, concerned about the hail that we had around Gainesville, and then gotta watch out for accumulating hail. There's been some weak rotation. Nothing's been confirmed in terms of tornado, but I've been seeing, you know, something I didn't particularly love. I don't know if that's going to hold together. I've probably only been, when it said it's maximum type of strength here. But again, I'm just continuing to track this, continuing to monitor this here in north central Florida. Again, a very dangerous weather situation here right now. Very dangerous weather situation. This is right there near a 441 where we have some very big hail potentially. And it could just be, you know, the report was confirmed to golf ball size. And, you know, it could be that. And it could also be a combination as it's coming right into Fairbanks now, potentially doing damage. But it could also be a lot of smaller hail that's going to cover the ground here. Okay, we just got confirmation 4 miles northwest of the University of Florida. Numerous reports of hail around Gainesville, as you would expect, ranging from nickel size to slightly larger than golf ball size. So, you know, getting upward to 2 inches in diameter hail in the worst case situation. And that's still a possibility as we get to Waldo, to Keystone, you know, and right toward that RV park area there as we're looking southeast Bradford County. Again, this is a very dangerous weather situation, very dangerous. You know, that RV park, those windows could be busted out by this hail here as we're looking towards southeastern Bradford County over the next little bit. This is a very dangerous situation. You need to take action to protect, you know, yourself from this scenario that's in play here. Seek shelter now inside a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. Move to that interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Again, on a baseball game delayed toward the University of Florida there, for instance, with all this dangerous weather. Hopefully we didn't have any hail to baseball size, but there's been a lot of hail there reported in toward Gainesville over the last few minutes. Again, this is the only severe warning we have now. The one for Duval is expiring out. Technically, it still goes till 7. I'll jump up there real quick, but it's going off, and it's gone off the coast. But let's get back in here. We have strong storms there, but this is a very nasty supercellular storm that developed in this environment here. Again, a dangerous weather situation. Dangerous scenario here. As I'm continuing to give you guys the latest updates best I can. Again, hail a little bit bigger than golf ball size. Weather service saying bigger than golf ball size hail reported near 33rd Terrace Northwest in Gainesville. So a dangerous, damaging weather situation there. Potential cause damage here even further up toward the north and the east. So continuing to track this here. Need to take precautions. This is right on Waldo Road around Fairbanks right now, where we have this damaging hail event. Again, not what you want to see, obviously. Damaging hail event on Waldo Road around Fairbanks now. And they're continuing to warn until 7:15. The Weather Service in Jacksonville. I'm sure they'll be issuing a new warning here soon. Because we definitely, theoretically there could be some losing of the strength here eventually. But we got to warn people downstream with this. This could be an event that could be pretty nasty over the next bit. Moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. People and animals outside could be injured. Expect hail damage to roofs, siding, trees, and vehicles. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Waldo is in the path right now, but Keystone to Hampton could be in the path here the next little bit. This storm is producing large hail. Seek shelter now inside a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. Again, a very dangerous weather situation here in Alachua County, but soon to be southeastern, not dark, but southeastern Bradford County. Again, hail danger here. Hail danger. And let me go ahead and look at some other sources. I'm going to check some more views of this. Run some more loops. I want to get a new track on this to make sure we're giving you the best look at this here, because this could be evolving every few minutes. With a supercellular storm, this very dangerous situation. I'm just trying to run the scan. This is falling right along Waldo Road into Waldo. Very dangerous situation here. Very dangerous. Large hail that's done, damage, I'm sure, as we're looking at this situation here. These marginal risk days sometimes can have a tendency to be a big problem. And that's what today's looks like here. So I updated the track here per se on this. I know it's kind of going to the south of it a little. It may go slightly east of where I have it, meaning we'll be watching around Melrose for sure. I think the water's going to go just north of you guys in town, but I put it more into Keystone and that area there. Keystone. This is dangerous, but it's right now Waldo. Again, this could be, something where they have some big problems here over the next little bit. Again, a very dangerous weather situation here. Following along Waldo Road here. in northern Alachua County. Again, a hailstorm that's done damage, golf ball size or even larger hail reported into Gainesville over the last little bit. Again, it's stuff we don't see around here very often. You know, a lot of reports here in Alachua County on this hail situation. And the worst of this hail right now would be just, you know, there east, if you want to call it that, of Waldo Road, and then that kind of puts it up there, you know, Theresa in that area, right into the airport, right there near the RV park. Again, it's headed toward the RV park, it looks like there in southeastern Bradford County. You need to take action to make sure those pieces of hail, you know, you're not by a window, because if those hailstones are big enough, those windows could bust, and you could, in theory, be injured here. So that is a dangerous situation. Again, we're tracking this. We're monitoring this. I'm going to put the address of the RV park in here. Again, a dangerous situation, obviously. Let me go ahead. I'm going to put that in our other system here. I want to get the exact spot in our map here. Bear with me. I'm just loading it on in to our system. Just trying to keep you guys up to date here. Let's head in right in that direction. They need to issue a warning on that now. People need to be in shelter now there at the RV park. Don't wait for the warning to be issued here. Do not wait. I just know that, you know, all those windows around you in an RV makes things more dangerous. You know, some even elderly people and, you know, RVs there makes them more susceptible to danger here. Okay. Let me go ahead and get back on over. I'm going to check something else real quick. You know, let's take a look outside here. You don't really get a good look because it's looking west. We're not really looking into it here, but let's go over to radar scope. Okay, so you see where all of our reported damage. You see here, let me just loop this back because I can track this better this way. I put the RV park on here. It's generally headed right there, but it's tracking a little east of this track. So let me run another one here. Still kind of takes you on in there. Now that line isn't perfect, but it's going right up toward the RV park there, right near the Keystone Airport. Time is running out to take action. I don't know why they haven't issued a new warning up there, but they need to go ahead and issue a warning for that area. It's coming in on you guys soon. Because I know, look, the worst is going to say north of Melrose. There's Melrose down here. I know it doesn't up on the map good, but again, continuing to follow this situation here. Continuing to track this. So the speed on this, moving northeast at 40. Probably not a tornado situation right now. And the utility company reported hail slightly larger than golf balls there in Alachua County, 3 miles northwest of Gainesville, 642. There's a slight weakening trend, but I think part of that's because it's getting closer. It makes it look quicker because it's getting closer to the radar side. It may be weakening some, but you know, it's headed right toward the RV park there. But as we're tracking things, as we're monitoring the situation here, southeastern Bradford County, again, hailstorm headed in that direction there to Keystone Heights proper. That includes the Keystone Airport, of course. Again, continuing to track this here. At this point, I'm a little surprised they haven't issued a new warning because I know you know, weakened some, sure, but it's moved out of that box almost now. See, is there even an advisory here? I don't get this, because it's definitely gonna be in southeastern Bradford here. There's gonna be some hail, even if the size is dropping some, which would be great news. This is a hail-producing storm. It's not just gonna stop producing hail as it moves in towards southeastern Bradford, southwestern Clay, northwestern Putnam, and the like. As we continue to give you the latest updates. Okay, well, they've decided now they're going to say that they think the hail will be just under an inch, so they don't think it's going to be quite enough to be called damaging, but they're saying hail about 9/10 of an inch in diameter moving towards southeastern Bradford County. So they're going to go with a significant weather advisory here now. I mean, I would suspect that this hail is still falling in here as we're looking in this area. Even this area here, too, has kind of started to pick up a little bit. I mean, but you can kind of see that northern flank is where the history's been. And that's still going to be producing some hail as we're just moving right toward the RV park there over the next few minutes. It's only about 7 miles out. And the statement, what speed do they have on this now? They have 40. So nickel-size hail, which is technically just under severe. So that's less, you know, it's probably only about, I mean, we're already starting to see conditions deteriorate, but probably only about, let's say, 10 minutes away from some of the worst of this, right at the RV park area there in southeastern Bradford County. So again, continuing to give you guys the very latest. Continuing to give you guys the very latest here on this situation. As we loop things around. Again, this storm has a history of producing hail to over Gainesville size in Alachua County. Getting just tons of reports of hail in out of Alachua County with this. You know, hail reported over, you know, the size of golf balls, even. There's 33rd Terrace Northwest in Gainesville. Again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here. It's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family. Lots of hail reported right in the heart of Gainesville with this dangerous thunderstorm. Trying to confirm things here, obviously, in terms of, you know, some detail I see on different sources and the like, but we know for sure hail is, you know, greater than the size of golf balls. Reported by a utility company that 3 miles northwest of the center of Gainesville, 6:42 p.m. There has been some weakening with this, sure, but there's still some hail in this. You know, I would have to think. You don't just have something like this fade away here. I mean, the trends are better than they've been here in a while, I will say that. But I know the RV part now, conditions deteriorating. I do think it's going to be a little bit smaller now, hail, than what we were thinking earlier on, which is great news, obviously. Because we were getting reports, confirmed reports of hail over the side of the Gulf Coast toward the south. Now, hail probably would only be at the most about nickel-sized here. Maybe quarter. Still could be quite a bit of it, but this signature has weakened a good bit. We are getting closer, though, on the radar, which makes things tricky because it's hard to tell, just how bad it was back there toward now. I know I have the Fairgrounds, by the way, address up there if you're wondering what that is. But as we're looking, you could just see how violent that was looking right in the heart of Gainesville. And that was further away on the radar, looking higher up. Now they're looking lower down. So there's still probably some hail with this, is my point. Even if it doesn't necessarily look like there would be as much, there probably is still some hail around 100, from around the RV park there. I mean, the airport's in there, Keystone in there. We have areas in between, like the rest of there, and just right in the tip. I mean, as we look here, I know it could even be just some small hail there as we look at northwestern Putnam. So could have a small bit around Melrose. They're not under a warning there. That's not the storm that had the history, so that's why I'm not harping on it as much here. I'm going to take the warning box information off because it's pretty much moved out of that now. Technically, this is not a warning here anymore, even though we had the history of something way over that criteria for a warning with hail to over golf balls in size there. And a lot to kind of that's 2 inches. The warnings, only get you for 1. It's a minimum, and we had 2 inches, give or take, hail in Alachua County. Maybe slightly under that, but over an inch and 3/4. Again, continuing to track this here right around the Saber 21 to worse, but I know that RV part definitely could have some in there as well. Again, trying to give you guys the very latest here. That's the Fairgrounds I have in there. But again, this discrete storm, and one of the things we started to get more convection on the back side of that, which likely caused the situation to kind of fall off some. So something like this here, but we were talking about hail in, in here, give or take. Just kind of approximation, but hail in that area, that was, getting at points over about 2 inches, or over about 1.75 inches in diameter, just under 2 inches in diameter. So again, just continuing to track this here in the weather center. And this is a look where we're at here in Bradford. There's storms coming from the west now. Those are not severe, though. They are strong, but not severe. We haven't had a chance to look at those in a while because of everything we've been tracking toward the south. Let's go ahead and go to a broad perspective. This is some strong storm action off toward the west. These are more in a line. But when you have a storm that was so discrete like that, that's more favorable to produce danger, when they're discrete like that. Definitely can be a problem here. Let me see how many power outages we have in toward Gainesville right now. Hail generally doesn't cause a whole bunch, but there's some wind in there too. Gainesville Regional Utilities saying a little over 1,000 out according to Parity.us, and I'll check it from the actual site there. 1,137 customers out on GRU, Gainesville Regional Utility. 11 different events. Most of those look like on one of the events there, but with the outages. But 1,137 customers in the dark in toward Gainesville and GRU's coverage area. These are all strong up here. They, probably have a tougher time getting warned any of this stuff back out here. because it's in the line now. This here is, we had a problem. It could get warned again. Looks like it's pulsing back up there, right there around like Geneva area, give or take. As we're looking at things. Right into the airport there, a little bit of a pulse. I mean, that's the area I think I had the history still on it, though. Let me look here. Going up there into Clay County. Right there around Keystone Heights Airport. Could have some hail in there, definitely. They may have to send an advisory on this to get us further up into Clay to where can't plan it. But this is not near as volatile as looking a little while ago. I mean, we had confirmed hail that was very significant in size further back toward the west. I mean, you'll see how it just kind of exploded right into where the populated areas of Gainesville there. We had the warning. We had even a considerable hazard warning, an escalated warning, because we were getting reports of hail that was so big in size there a little while ago. You see, it took a little while for the yellow box to pop up, but then when it did, I mean, we really had a lot of danger there. It was not just a base warning. This was confirmed significant hail, lots of hail, and some of this to the size over a golf ball size, over 1.75 inches in diameter, right in the heart of Gainesville. I think the university the worst might have went just to the northwest of them, University of Florida, but still very serious weather situation there a little while ago, and it was tracking right toward that RV park, and they still probably had some nasty weather there, probably some smaller hail, I would still think, but not like it was with it further back toward the south and west. So that's some good news, but still might have had some hail to about, nickel dime size in there, something like that. And same around Keystone Heights and in that vicinity there. Maybe around Melrose too, though the worst was looking like it was going a little bit further north of them when we were doing our analysis. Again, continuing to give you guys the latest. Little wind enhancement here northeast of Keystone. Could end up getting another severe thunderstorm warning out of that, being out ahead. We shall see, but let me see if we have any reports of anything in terms of hail around Keystone. Not yet, but I suspect could have had nickel dime size, something like that in there with the hail potential. So again, trying to keep you guys up to date here on the ongoing weather situation. If you guys have any photos I can use on the air here that you guys took and authorized me to use here on our cover, just let me know, and I'll, just comment them to me and kind of, indicate where they were, and I'll try to get those on the air for you guys. Again, trying to give you guys the very latest here on what's happening. .716 is the time, so officially no warnings right now in the area. I don't know if that's going to last because it still looks pretty strong here. But if it stays just under an inch in diameter with the hail, that would keep it maybe underneath, another warning. But again, this is a marginal risk day here, folks. The way this ramped up, you probably would think otherwise if you weren't really kind of watching the forecast. But no watch and play, no more, no slight risk, just a marginal risk, 1 out of 5. But we had that escalation, that turn there, and the weather conditions over the last little bit. So we had to be on the air for. You see the hill track. Again, it was a little worse than this, further away on the radar, but so it kind of hurts, and able to tell what's going on. But You see around 1.65 inches in diameter, an inch and a half in diameter there under estimates in the system, but actually some of that is a little bit bigger, and it went right across there, you know, around Newberry Road and just north of there and Fairbanks, and it kind of faded there as we got, but you know, you see some of that still in the system. Still think could be nickel to dime size, somewhere in that range that we've seen around Keystone to the RV park, but that's obviously not near as hazardous as golf ball size and the like. So again, continuing to give you guys the very latest here on what's going on. I know instability, we do see some of that drop off some as we get further in there. That could be part of the reasoning behind seeing some decay, but interesting setup to say the least here. Because the models were not necessarily honing in on a storm like that to develop in this type of setup. I'll see what the models are showing. It was not exactly what we were thinking was going to happen here because it was so into line acting ARRR, and you really don't see anything at all develop out ahead like that. Now they were taking advantage of the environment and become even more conducive here. Because if stuff could develop, we had the parameters in play for a hailstorm, and well, we probably had two of them, really. The one in Duval County, but that one in Lotto County was bigger hail than the Duval County one. And it developed more quickly. It was away from the radar sites, so it was harder to see exactly what was happening. You know, it's hard, you know, it took a little while to kind of figure out, you know, just how bad that was going to be for the warning process to kind of get on board. But again, tracking things, I see visibility is at 3 miles at Gainesville Airport right now, so latest check on that. Some of that could be contributed to just, you know, haziness, fogginess from the hail there. So we did have, you know, that rain was still maybe going across too when that observation was taken, so that plays a role as well. But you see it's quite a bit cooler. It means the area is 59 now with the actual air temperature in Live Oak, but 72 in Keystone. Even areas further back northwest are warmer. It's just all this nasty weather cooling things off some. I know we have more advisories coming out, but no longer any warnings. So we may go to a situation where we just leave the radar up here pretty soon and cut back in if it's warranted. But I'm going to give it a few more scans. There is a little weaker rotation on that there in southern Clay County. That's done with the history of all that, you know, problematic activity there in Alachua County as we continue to look. I know, let me go ahead and go on over here. This is our camera view looking back to the west with that storm that's coming in. A gust around 40 pea-sized hail coming in. This stuff is not, you know, near as concerning as that, just that discrete storm, the way it developed, but still something to monitor here. Something to track for sure. So I don't want to let our coverage go since things can develop so quick, and even if they're not severity storms, these could still be producing hail. You know, in some cases, even that line could be producing some hail, probably more pea-size of this. Up here, pea-size, but this one I would say nickel dime size, something like that, because it's the overall setup with that, and it already had the history of something worse, as alluded to. Much worse, over golf ball size in Gainesville. Okay, so Jacksonville, NAS. So getting some reports there. Just look at some other information real quick. Bear with me. Okay, so right in here there's been some hail reported. I don't know the size on that, but if it's anything, you know, closer to quarter size, that, or a bunch of it, that could get a warning here. Sawgrass, Orange Park area. As we keep giving you guys the latest updates. And the weather's going to be a lot nicer behind all this. There'll be, you know, small chances for rain, but not like what we had today at 60%. I know some of that air coming in here will be a little bit cooler at night. If you get down to some 40s even at points across our area. So that's worth noting. I'll go ahead. This is the forecast from last night, so we showed you late last night. It's not been updated here since it's just for a full update to our forecast. But I'll go ahead and turn this into our system. Bear with me. Okay, so this is that forecast. You see how cool air coming on in here as we're looking at things. You see like in the 40s there Sunday morning, for instance. That tells a weather story for sure. And then you see that warming trend with small rain chances. We do need the rain. We haven't had, that much rain in some of these areas. Other areas a different story, but we haven't had it here east of Starkey. We're gonna get some here next little bit, and we do need it. We want to look at it and not get a severe weather though with it. But we do need some precip because this time of year with some dryness in the forecast, we don't want to be in accelerating fire risk that can be problematic. Accelerating type of dryness around, but that's why we gotta have rain. This storm looks a bit stronger again here in Southern Clay. Kind of reorganized in different spots, maybe. Let me see. I'm gonna check to see if we got any reports out of that southeast Bradford. Again, continuing to give you guys the latest. Don't see anything yet, but if you guys have anything, let me know. Let me know. I don't see any MP reports here. We had quite a few though, right in Gainesville. These were not as, significant as the obviously reports we were getting there from the Weather Service, where we had here almost 2 inches in diameter there. Just gonna look at some other accounts here that storming us in Gainesville. Again, trying to give you guys the latest. Enough extra folks in town for that in Gainesville. Mind you, for that spring game tomorrow for the Gators and that halftime celebration for the basketball team for winning the national championship. Let me see, get any updates on that baseball game there in Gainesville to see if it's been moved around. I know they had to delay because of the bad weather in the area, dangerous weather in the area. I don't see anything there, but just checking some social media sources. Trying to keep you guys up to date. That one signature makes me think I may get another warning here in that black area there. On the perspective. Again, still with you here trying to give you guys the latest. That looks like that, could start to be an issue further over toward the St. Johns River next little bit. So that's trying to get us to act together again. Crossing over US 17 pretty soon to St. Johns River and toward St. Johns County. Eventually, I know this action up here looks more like just strong thunderstorm activity. I already had the winds over 60 earlier at Mayport from the other storm we were tracking. Again, no formal warnings now, but with the history of what we had toward Gainesville, I wanted to stick with this a little longer in case we were to see another warning get issued. And if not, we'll just leave the radar running for a while longer and break back in if it's warranted based on the history of what we saw. Because even if we don't get more warnings, we could have, AOS, radar overall for our area. That threat still continued, but it's not quite the severe limits. So. Looking back outside here, we have storms coming towards Stark. They're not severe, but they are strong. They're not expected to really turn severe based on what I'm seeing right now, but we can't rule something out. You see around Lake Butler and Union County. Again, quite a bit of lightning there. And this could be producing gusts around 40 in P-size here, which are not that close to severe limits, but would be considered strong thunderstorm weather. Now we'll watch some of this in like Levy County here. What we had in Gainesville earlier was a discrete storm like that coming in. Just to make sure we don't have a repeat of that. As we look toward Williston, nothing too concerning yet. But again, just continuing to give you guys the latest. I'm saying landspout possible within some of this now. As the weather service in Jacksonville. There'd be areas there. Clay, Putnam, St. John's. I'm trying to see which box this is here. Probably be down here then. This one. As we're tracking things. So look back to the west. You see very heavy rain around Lake Butler. That's coming into western Bradford County now. Again, be small hail and this, nothing like what we saw with that other storm. And, still could see to a lesser extent out here, with it being by itself. Out here, we could have hail about pea-size that could come in this dark. That's not that big of a deal, but it could happen. Again, continuing to give you guys the very latest. At 7:30. Very well could get some more warnings issued, and if we do, we'll cut back in here. The storm in Clay still looks suspicious to me, and we'll be watching all the way to the coast with it towards St. Augustine. But what I think we're going to do, we're just going to leave the radar running for now, since we don't have any new information really to pass along. But if we need to cut back in, we very, much will. But that was a very nasty storm in Alachua County, a considerable damage type of storm. As we're tracking things. Now we don't have any formal warnings, but we're going to keep tracking the situation. I'm going to leave the radar running on a loop. I'm going to leave it running on a loop. Let me zoom in just a bit tighter so everybody can kind of see what's transpired the last little bit here. So just bear with me. Getting that set on up. I'm going to switch to that here in just a moment. Let me look outside again. Getting your sunset. Let's go to the loop here. And watching the activity. I'm going to go all the way over with this. I'm going to move it down just a tad more. So we kind of try to include everything that's happened here. Last little bit with all the different developments. We're to see how that accident went right toward Gainesville and accelerated on us into something really nasty. But now it's going to be, eventually moving closer to that line. That's something we'll have to watch a little bit in northern St. John's. And you look at the loop, you can kind of get an idea of it better. But sometimes when you have some storms interact like that, you can get a little bit of a spin real quick. May have had, earlier on in that tornado warning in Taylor County, we had a boundary there kind of interact. And that could have been what prompted that spin there. I know it's a little harder to see on this mode, but again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here on what's going on. We'll pop back in if it is warranted. I'm going to leave this up. We may put the camera up some or something like that, but no formal warnings right now. But we have some strong, again, strong but not severe. Severe is worse, obviously, than strong. But strong thunderstorms moving towards dark here next little bit. Pretty soon, heavy rain, some lightning around, some hail to about pea size, wind gust to about 40. So not to severe limits, but pretty nasty. And we'll keep our eyes on that and everything here in the region. If we get more information we need to pop back in for, we will. But for now, thanks so much for tuning in. Stay safe. Hopefully not too much damage toward Gainesville with that hail that was over golf ball sized at one point. We have to hope there weren't too many, hopefully none, just like hope no damage toward Gainesville, and hope, no accidents toward like Jacksonville where they had all that hail there falling a little bit earlier on in the afternoon, the evening there. We were tracking earlier on in this stream where they ended up having just a scenario there where a lot of hail may have been falling at points, even if it wasn't really big. Just got a report of Mandarin pea-sized hail there, 725 into Duval County. So still some of that threat lingering, and that's, that's that line coming in the main line now, and could see more of that toward like Union Bradford here, pea size, not the golf ball or greater, because pea is, like a 1/4 inch in diameter. Over golf ball size is over 1.75 inches. So that's, much, much bigger. That is 7 times or more bigger when you're talking about golf ball size. So that's kind of the storyline there. Popping back in, again, if it's warranted, stay tuned, stay safe. Whenever thunder roars, make sure you're indoors, away from those windows. You don't want to get struck by lightning in this situation. Be careful, it's getting dark too, because those roads being slick, accidents could be more likely when it's dark, when it's raining, when it's storming, even a little bit of hail mixing in as well. So still not an all clear by any stretch, but a little bit better with no formal warnings right now. And we are getting closer to summertime, so you got to keep in mind the situation here where, in summertime, it's something where we're on for a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings, but not all of them. So, when they're just storms that are technically under severe limits, you really don't stay on for them. So they've been on for it a little longer because of all the history. But we're going to keep our eyes on things across our counties. We're in Bradford, and we're watching things. And again, be back as warned. I'm going to leave this running for a while, though, as we still have the strong storms around, and some of that's moving into toward Bradford now. Could get more warnings. We'll let you know about them if that happens. Stay safe.